Hello, everyone. Today, I want to do another minion build, since the league is going to be extended for another couple of months, and I don't really have anything else to do. So it's going to be BAMA, but not on the Necromancer for a change. Instead, I want to play this on the Guardian.
Even death gives no solace in this tortured land.
So the Guardian has a couple of advantages compared to the Necromancer. It's mostly about survivability, but it's also about, well, meeting certain thresholds, at least early on. In terms of leveling, the Guardian is also a bit better because of the Sentinel of Radiance it gets. So yeah, trying to abuse all of that.
Would seem my god has no need for my company just yet.
So I'm not going to start playing BAMA from the get-go, and I'm not going to use any fancy leveling uniques. Instead, I decided to do this a bit more raw, so people can see what it would be like if you were to do this, I don't know, on League Start, or just... Ah, shit. Expensive. You know, or do this while playing the event tomorrow. Okay, so early on, easiest way of playing is with rolling magma. Need a bunch of items for that with the proper sockets. Getting a bit screwed here.
Stay sharp out there.
Nope, this is just a new run. The event starts tomorrow. But I personally don't really have any interest in playing the event. I just don't really see the point, to be honest, in playing the event when I could just play the league. Just another day I have to wait for pretty much no reason whatsoever.
My nightmares.
I mean, the event is just Settlers, right? Settlers with added loot via positive lantern mods. The thing is, I could just play regular Settlers and then use whatever currency I still have left, which is, you know, a couple hundred divines. I think that's a bit more sensible. That way I can essentially fast track the build and its progression. Just going to keep the leveling part a bit, well, more regular, just so people can see how it would look like. I'd also upload this VOD on YouTube for the same reason, right? Probably not the simplest league starter you could do, in general, or for the event, because you need 2 transfigured gems. But it's all the way up there, right? Because with a couple of divs, I don't know, 5 to 10, you could get a build that has decent survivability and really good damage. Augment. So that's of course something really cool about the Guardian. Oh, come on. You gotta be shitting me. Really? I didn't. Best start. In terms of the event, I also don't really have any... I don't know, I just don't want to level the city again. Kind of obnoxious.
My prayers are thus answered.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Animate Weapon is a really, really powerful minion build. The Lightning version is the best version I've ever played, and the best version I ever made. I don't think you can really improve upon this formula, but the main drawback always is that you have to summon the weapons, and the summoning process is obnoxious. It's one of the reasons why you really have to take care of your weapons too. You can't just let them die. Oh, hey Knight, what's up? Oh. I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Work sucks, but that's just what it is. Finally moving in January. Hopefully the league starts in February. Or that's gonna be a bit of a weird league for me. Didn't really think another minion build made any sense because of Path of Exile 2, but well, that got delayed. It's probably the best way of doing things, right? Given how, well, how shaky this would have been otherwise. Oh, come on. Let me rather wait another month to play something that's actually fleshed out. Even though it sucks. I'm also not sure how much content there actually is in Path of Exile 2, to be honest. I have like half the acts, I think. And I'm not even sure if we get maps. Maybe? Weird watered down version of maps. But yeah, possible to say until we actually play the game. Gonna be so weird. Minions work so differently in Path of Exile 2. I mean, right now we have duration-based minions and we have permanent minions, right? And that's the two big classes. But in Path of Exile 2, you kind of have permanent minions, but they work differently, right? They reserve spirit. And the duration-based minions aren't really duration-based, they're more like corpse-based. Like the zombies and the weird bone thingies. Not quite sure what to call them. So yeah, Stark Departure. Hope that the overall feeling is the same. Sadly, I did not get a closed beta invite, so I kind of don't have a clue. Watched a lot of footage, but I didn't feel super confident making a video with, well, other people's footage, trying to explain a game I actually haven't played. Damn it, that was the wrong one.
Stay sharp out there.
What are we getting early on? The Arcane Surge. We're supposed to get Flame Wall here. And these colors are really off. Okay, definitely want the totem. Best minion early on. It's not even a minion. We'll 6. Okay. Fine. I can wait. I think we got so many scrolls. I think that's it for now. I feel like in terms of animate weapon, quality of life could really be better. But there isn't a whole lot of things I can do in order to improve it. There's no fancy cast on anything setup. All of these will just decrease DPS or minion survivability or something. So it just ends up being this weirdly powerful minion that has garbage quality of life. To be fair, there isn't a lot of things you can play right now that is scalable. Right? At the low end, I guess you can do whatever. But at the high end, there really is just animate weapon, BAMA, and maybe the Frostbearers. The Frostbearers have bad survivability. Really underestimated that. Just take out my Blink. I did. Okay. No proliv. The funny thing is, this isn't the first build I made after my Spectre build. I tried out Lightning Golems because they kind of looked decent at the high end, but they ended up being so bad at the low end that I can't see myself recommend that to anyone. And in the end, you have to understand, as a content creator, a lot of people will only play the low budget build, and if that sucks, they will stop playing the build. So it doesn't really make sense to play that. You also rely on a fully crafted multi-link caster-based weapon, and I don't know if recombinators are going core. And if they're not going core, that weapon becomes, I don't know, like 5 mirrors or something. I think I forgot something. Second flask. Oh, I only get that in Act 2, right? I'm not leveling enough of these characters. And it shows. Only ever do so many builds per league. So I'm gonna do something that is, well, a bit weird. So I'm gonna play this build, play a non-BAMA version until Act 3 or so, 4. Obviously, you can start playing as whatever, right? I'm gonna choose Absolution because I hate SRS. And then switch whenever you get the BAMA gem. I already have that gem, of course. Still think it's important to show what you can do before that. So in League Start, obviously, you won't have that.
claws at the bars and howls for freedom.
Oh. Okay. A lot of damage. Oh. Yeah, right now I don't have any protection against freeze. That blows a bit. Come on. Let me click. And when I leveled that build for the Lightning Golem, I used, what's that called? 7-league step. Oh my god, it's so much faster. Crazy how slow you are early on. Always forget. Stop getting these weird ghouls. You could already switch to SRS, right? If you really wanted to. But it doesn't really make a lot of difference early on, I feel like. I don't see a point. I just will just keep playing Rolling Magma until you switch to Absolution, the end of Act 1. Guess we have our phantasms from the totem, but that doesn't really count. I'm actually running out of mana. I don't have a Tome Portal scroll. That's a bit awkward. Weird and slow, but fine. So we can do either of these. Do I actually have enough transmutes to buy all the items, all the gems I need? Something with better colors. Like I didn't get a lot of items. Already get the lightning. I really need more blue colored gem sockets. Nothing. I guess the boots are fine. Really cool if that was linked.
sharp out there.
Hello.
It's added fire. Ooh, added fire is a transmute early on. That sucks. We kind of need that for the thing. Forgot to go into the depths. Always do that. Yeah, this is a full campaign run. Without any fancy leveling uniques. Where's the entrance? Oh, yeah, that should know. That's fine. Thanks for the support, I guess. Oh, that's not it either. That's a shame we can't really play minions from the get-go. But the zombies are so weak early on. It's crazy. It's just the numbers don't make any sense. They literally have less life than you do at this point. And they don't have recovery. For some reason. So before you use Vitality, you never use those minions. They will just die again and again and again.
What little help?
Scrolls.
Take care.
Mind something with more damage. So getting just Vitality.
Goodbye.
I socket both. I can. One more level. I think that changes in Path of Exile too. You can essentially use minions from the get-go. No nonsense setup for the first, I don't know, the first act or so. And that definitely shows that GG can make it different, right? They can make it so that minions are survivable early on. Just don't want to do that balancing in Path of Exile 1. So I can use the zombies now. Yeah, even with vitality, they still die sometimes. It's a bit silly. Okay, found the thing. We have one portal scroll. Getting shit this time. So I can buy Absolution now, but I can't use it.
If you must,
Rather, I get that as a reward.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Certainly don't have the proper colors. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of a shame that playing Absolution on the Necromancer is a lot worse. Because in Act 2 you don't get physical to lightning damage, which is kind of mandatory. And that's kind of an attack jam. Not really, right? It does support spells. But that's how it's distributed. In terms of what characters can actually buy it. BAMA frozen. This is one of the coolest quality of life changes that I made. And you just get teleported to Firegraves.
Temptation may turn even
Ooh, corrupted blood immunity. Good. Seriously? Okay. Gotta keep that. For now. Anything? Nope. Still nothing.
stay sharp out there.
What little help I can offer.
Yep, colors are still off. We already buy offerings. Probably go like it's probably optimal to go with flash offering early on. Because cast and attack speed helps a lot. Clearing. Still not level 12. That's the wrong type of ring. Guess I could buy sapphire rings. Or just use the vendor recipe. It's always an option. Ball orb. Okay. Where's that exit? Oh, wait, I leveled up. An idiot. Didn't even notice. Only on a 2-link right now. It's a bit obnoxious. Definitely see Mervil being a bit obnoxious because of that. Well, as long as she doesn't keep killing my sentinels, I'm fine. Not getting a cold resistance ring was definitely a mistake. It's not just the damage itself, it's also the chills. Literally can't move. This is by far one of the worst bosses for minions in the entire game. Because you're so weak early on. I get why a lot of minion players don't play minions to like act, I don't know, 2 or something.
A woman corrupted beyond humanity. I must cure this pain.
But yeah, only having 2 links to work with is also obnoxious.
I pray that I'm not too late to turn the tide of this corruption.
I think I'm good in terms of colors on the helmet. But that chest needs to go. That's a much better shield than the one I have right now. And it has the right colors. For Absolution. Does it though? I feel like I actually need the best support gem at this point. Added fire, probably. Ah, so it's actually not the right colors. Shit. So we can do minion damage instead. Or just use the chrome. You gotta be shitting me. So much for that. Okay, where are those zombies?
Be well.
Movement speed boots, but I can't afford them. Not without cheating. I won't do it. Guess with better colors. Shit, was that a transmute? That was a transmute, right? Yeah. Technically don't have the transmute. So that doesn't count, I'm afraid.
Farewell.
Oh yeah, I wanted to look for shield charge.
Hello. While we live, we are blessed.
So minion damage is not optimal early on. So that's not optimal early on. Because your like the spell damage from your character still matters. Like a lot. I'm gonna swap those around. This feels weird. Okay, so where's the thing? I definitely want that Quicksilver Flask. Dire need of more movement speed. So Act 3 is probably the earliest it makes sense to switch from my position, right? Not because I can't switch earlier, but because it's, well, it's kind of cheating. I feel like on actual league start, you probably get this in Act 5. This is when I usually get the transfigured gems for, I don't know, BAMA, animate weapon, anything really. I don't want to wait that long.
Hello. Travel far.
I am Nina, keeper of the spirit, the white.
Be nice. Fuck. Less duration, of course.
Be kind, if you can.
Because zombies are still dying. despite me using Vitality. So annoying. I mean, you don't have to use them, right? They're blockers and some extra damage. At least early on it feels good, in my opinion, to have a bunch of extra blockers. Because you are not resistant to, I don't know, freeze, stun, everything. Not taking hits is definitely a good form of defense. Pretty curious what happens with the Frostbearers next league, because right now they're obviously spawning from the yeah, added fire. Okay, rest is useless because they're obviously spawning from the league mechanic right now, from the Verisium outcrops, or rather they can spawn from them. I kind of think they're probably going to get removed. Because otherwise they would have to add them in as regular enemies pretty much. And given their at least relative strength, I think that's kind of weird. Like, most Spectres are literally unplayable. Doesn't matter how much currency you dump into them. Just aren't good. Like, 3 Spectres you can play right now. One is melee, which is not good, because Spectres have a huge amount of collision. Right? Like, I tested Spectre builds extensively last league, and even with just... Ooh, Silver Flask. Even with just 8 Spectres, they will block each other. And when that happens, well, you essentially have 1 fewer minion attacking. So that reduces damage. Really? Another less duration? You'd be fucking kidding me, man. Oh yeah, we don't get Desecrate, right? It's definitely a bit silly. Actually sure what we do with the bandits early on. I can see helping Illyria just for the elemental resistances, because it's a bit harder to cap them on the Guardian compared to the Necromancer. Command of Darkness really is incredibly helpful in that regard. Not just for you, but also for your minions, right? The Guardian always has more issues doing... yeah, just capping the resistances on the player and the minions. Kraton is so annoying when you use attack-based minions, because he's elusive, right? Or, you know, evasive, I guess. And minions don't have enough accuracy early on to actually deal with that shit. What do I have? No. Still don't have a single portal scroll. What is happening? Need to use a shitty air. Do I actually want to use Herald of Purity right now? Does that look in terms of mana? Oh, it's draining. Might be a bit much, honestly. Try getting rid of Vitality. That might be an issue with minion survivability. Yeah, minions just have like 1 base percent. And some don't even have that. Oh, this looks awful. I need to see more shit. Pick a bunch of stuff. So I get some transmutes. Right now I don't have a single one.
A house of faith fallen to desecration.
Just realized I didn't even have an amulet until now. It's actually making good leveling loot filters isn't such a waste of time. I always just think, whatever. This is gonna take you a couple of hours, and after that you're leveled. Round 1. Finally. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of mad that they still exist in Path to Exile 2. I mean, at least the Wisdom Scrolls. Feels unnecessary. Would have been cool if they just made most items drop identified. And then maybe the uniques unidentified. But you can right-click them to identify them, so we no longer have to pick up this garbage currency. Especially since gold is now the currency that you use to buy items, right? It feels unnecessary.
Speak. Make it.
Okay.
Return.
No movement speed. Okay. Getting that point allotted that early on is kind of nice. I know zombies aren't the most important things, right? But the point itself is good, right? It's 1 point and it's, what, 20% minion life, 15% damage, or vice versa. There's a breach this early on. Oh, never seen that before. Interesting. Obviously, it's a waste of time, right? But still. Not gonna lie, I was a bit disappointed to see that the ritual altar that the ritual altar in Path of Exile 2 isn't active and you can't do ritual. So this isn't really a test run for the relaunch. I will not be playing the event, but you can absolutely use this build for that. And it's kind of meant for that too, right? So otherwise I probably would have streamlined this a bit more. 7 League Stab and Tabula. For me personally, it just doesn't make any sense. More than enough currency that I don't really need this. Yeah, this relaunch. Actually. Yeah, BAMA early on is too squishy. So this version right here. This version is a bit less squishy early on. Oh yeah, right. Idiot. Help Elira proceeds to attack her. So yeah, BAMA is a bit squishy early on. Especially on the Necromancer. I feel like this version is okay if you're not an idiot like I am, right? I'm a softcore player and it shows. So what are we talking about? Around 160k EHP in a low budget environment. I think that's pretty good. But it's not super safe. Yeah, you can definitely play that anime weapon build. Like block-based builds are so much easier to set up early on than spell suppression-based builds. There's just no way around this. I'm gonna give up on that. Let's try it this way. Another chrome. Am I a clown and try to get the right colors this time? Last time didn't went so well. I have a forum guide which isn't super detailed, and I have a video on my YouTube channel for the anime weapon build.
Take care.
So did you get the what's it called? Did you get the PoBs from the Discord straight? Because yeah, they are kind of just a tool, so you don't always have to jump into the videos. Yeah, again, this is just a shortcut, right? So people don't have to look up the video every time they just want to check the PoB real quick. Okay, next. Resistances, stats. Is Greed live? Greed is live, right? Yeah, doing too much high-end stuff kind of rots your brain. for this early league start leveling environment. Gotta save those precious portal scrolls, even though I end up in the wrong act. It's not so bad. Can I afford that socket wise? Can't, not right now. Others. This is so weird. I've had something this constraining in terms of colors.
What little help
I think I want to buy the Spirit Offering already, so I don't have to do it later.
God hasn't abandoned us.
So if you're really interested in bossing, then Animate Weapon is definitely a very good build, but you have to be able to actually play the bosses and the mechanics, right? Because if you die, then Animate Weapon sucks ass. Need something with more blue colors. Why?
Return if you must.
Well, and that's perfect. Right. Wanted to play on HC. Yeah, well, then Animate Weapon is fine, right? You die, you lose anyway, so it's whatever, I guess. And that honestly not that many minion builds right now that are good at most things, including bossing. Kind of feels very restrictive, the minion meta right now. At least if you want to go anywhere. You're fine with a build that deals, I don't know, maybe 50 million DPS, okay, but... I regularly look into pretty much all minions. Last time I calculated skeleton mages was yesterday, and they suck. The idea was lightning version with two, what's it called? The gems that we're also going to use that restrict what kind of damage they deal. Combat focus, right? Two of these, so they only deal lightning damage, but no, it's just not good. The base damage is low, and the skeletons lost the flat added damage scaling modifier they had at some point. And without that, damage is just way too low. I mean, the reason Animate Weapon works is because the way they're balanced is they have low damage, but you have a lot of them, and they attack rapidly. But if you add a lot of damage, then they become very powerful. And Lightning is really good at doing that right now. Mostly because of one of the support specters, the Perfect Blasphemer. Same is true for BAMA. The Bombarding clones hit up to 9 times against single targets. Maybe even more, actually. Up to is probably the wrong word. It's more like the lower end. On the high end, it's more like 10, 12, depending on the size of the enemy. And the prismatic clones have a huge added damage modifier. So they scale the flat added damage by, what is that, a factor of 7, 8? Something like that. That's why they're so good right now. That's why you want to play them as lightning builds. But for skeletons, it doesn't work. Doesn't matter whether you do mages or archers, right? With archers... So archers are a bit better right now, but you have to convert the base damage. Either way, it's not good. You can maybe play skeleton mages if you're willing to get a multi-link minion helmet, but good helmets are, I don't know, a mirror if someone else made it, and if not, then yeah, or like my high budgets are, I don't know, 300-400 divs if you self-craft, maybe 5 for certain builds, but that's around the target budget that I'm working with. That's why I never use these helmets, because they're just too expensive. They also have issues in terms of, I don't know, how you set up the build, right? You can't get reservation efficiency from the helmet, which is something I like to do a lot to fit more auras. If it's a spell suppression based build, you can't get spell suppression on the item. So yeah, tedious. So even if the skeleton mages or skeletons in general were good, you don't wanna play with multi-link minion helmets. It's, I don't know, it's not very good. At least not at sensible budget ranges. What do I do now? Up here. The thing is, when you want to play skeletons, you also, in order to scale the damage as much as possible, you have to play that as a... Well, you have to use fresh meat support. And that poses problems, right? So for BAMA, what that means is you need to increase duration and need to scale down cooldown. Now the skeletons don't have a cooldown, so that falls flat. But you still need to increase duration. And this is the kicker, you need to have a lot of resources, right? Banner, energy shield, or even life. And this doesn't really work well. The skeletons, because they count as spells, they have higher base mana cost. When you start scaling them, these mana costs, they're scaled alongside. So the builds I calculated had, what? One cast costs 200 something mana or ES when you use Eldritch Battery. And you need to use those 3 times every 4 seconds. That's an insane resource drain. So that's another issue that these builds have. So why play skeletons? It's just no good reason right now. That never changes. I might. I think I have to start identifying them. Get some shards. Oh, not this one though. Stupid. Upgrades. Still with the garbage colors. To talk to Lyra, right? I haven't helped any of the bandits in so long. think that this build probably makes sense. And I should have done it sooner. Viva. Definitely helps a lot with capping out resistances. I think I missed her. Yep.
That was almost.
Speak. Going? What? Travel far.
I think outside of skeletons, there are also not that many other minions that are worth considering, right? I mean, I made the best Stone Golem build that ever existed. You can still play it, but I don't know. Obviously, Stone Golem builds are physical, they deal physical damage. Conversion builds are usually not that good, and physical damage builds have been nerfed last league. Like the changes they made to banners, yeah, I mean, I get it, right? It's kind of a weird thing, half aura, half something else, but still. Cost physical minion builds a lot of damage. I think my 150 mil BAMA build went down to 90, 80. Obviously, the Adorned was nerfed too, so that definitely didn't make things better, to say the least, but it's just constraining right now. Feels like I can maybe play Lightning, can maybe play Chaos-based builds, and everything else is weird. On my channel, just like everything else. Definitely recommend playing the live version and not the ES version that I played in 3. Did I play that? 2-2? Had someone play it last league that used or made a fully crafted multi-link weapon, an attack-based weapon for the build. Pushed it to, I think, 150, which is better than what I ever did. But obviously he used my build, so I can still take credit for that to some degree. But yeah. Golem builds are wonky right now. Weak at the beginning. And Golem AI is also not too hot. The good thing is you can make Golems aggressive by using Primordial Might. This is a luxury that other minion builds don't have. The aggressive mod for one jewel is crazy. Oh no. I did lightning golems before, right? I've made the only high lightning golem build that ever existed on the Ascendant. And that did Ubers. Also my channel.
Back where you belong, nightmare. The faithful need not fear mankind.
Could have probably made something similar in Affliction. And it would have been better than it is right now. No, I did make a lightning golem build in 3.23. I made that in Crucible League. And I made it on the Ascendant. Okay, I want to sell my shit.
Be well.
I could take a look at the shield. Just looking for something with like 2 blue sockets. I mean, 2 transmutes for this piece of shit. Come on, man.
Bring me back something nicer.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth.
Because I want to play on the league, and tomorrow I don't have any time to stream. It's very simple. That's why I can't do it tomorrow. Why I do it. Have to do it today. You're right, it probably would make more sense tomorrow, but don't have a lot of time. I could try my luck again with my shield, right? 4 chromes. Took way too long. So about dominating blow, I don't think that's a HC viable build. You can push it to have decent EHP, but melee in HC is something else. I'm not confident in recommending that. Like, especially early on, your recovery is pretty bad. EHP probably fine, but recovery not so much.
Life in his right hand, death in his left. And then there are those.
The problem is also that you have to be in close range all the time. But you need to summon your sentinels. Your sentinels don't have good survivability. And because they don't have good survivability, well, they will die. Meaning you have to summon more. You have to stay close range pretty much all the time. Necro is better if you want to scale damage as much as possible. But if you want to scale EHP as much as possible, then the Guardian is actually better. And this is supposed to be a chonker. Chonkiest build I've ever made. At least that's the idea right now. Change of pace. For once. It's also early on. There are certain thresholds that you can hit with the Guardian that the Necromancer doesn't get. Not just leveling with the Sentinel, it's also once you hit endgame, the what's it called? Radiant Faith gives you that extra bit of energy shield to get your Eldritch battery setup going. Something that the Necromancer struggles with. Yes, I can make the Guardian tankier than Privy's Poison Blood Magic version. At least in terms of pure EHP. On blue socket? It's not linked. Oh, it's not linked. Fuck. Didn't see that. Uh-huh.
Good luck to you.
I'm gonna keep that.
Be careful.
The Guardian has around 600,000 EHP when finished. 700 if you count the fortification from the AG's stuff in. Whether you want to do that is up to you. Uptime isn't perfect, obviously. Depends what you're looking at. So the Guardian's max hits were 280k against spells, of course. And half of that against attacks. Really not my usual style of doing things, but just wanted to have one really tanky build on my list. Just remember that there's a vendor recipe for movement speed on boots. Man, haven't done this in way too long. I had an extra Quicksilver flask. Also need to start picking up bows and quivers. Just remembered. That's something you don't want to forget to do. And then obviously level the Link Arrow Gem, your setup. Not sure how fair that is, right? Considering that some people will have to buy it level 1 gem, but I guess it's always weird once you involve transfigured gems. F3, yeah. Gotta say, I haven't leveled a Guardian since they nerfed the Radiance, the Sentinel of Radiance. Wonder how much different that feels now. It used to feel really stupid. One where you didn't really have to use anything but that. It's obviously not alright. Oh, what the fuck happened?
I shall wipe the filth from this house of God.
Probably not a good idea to stand in the saw blade. Okay, we can just get conductivity. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Instant recovery on flasks. That's not good.
Bring me back something nicer.
Okay. I'm getting movement speed boots. This has gone on for long enough.
Return if you must.
Or not?
Greeting.
Was that so fucking hard? Colors are whatever. I think we could take out. Where are my zombies? Here. Do this differently, right?
Stay sharp out there.
What I don't understand is why sometimes when you swap gems or permanent minions, they will disappear and sometimes they won't. So weird. I can understand when you do it in the actual area. Okay, yeah, they despawn. Definitely need to pick up the ribbon later on. Classic. Did I miss something? Oh yeah. Quest item that you definitely need. Okay, so for Absolution, you definitely want to get the Spiritual Aid. Not saying you necessarily need to rush it. That's a huge boon. Pretty much the only build where it makes sense. And Dominating Blow, it's absolute noob bait. And I have so many people who shit on my stuff just because I didn't include it. But it just doesn't change anything. Like, the damage is so bad. Damage of Dominating Blow is so bad. Seriously, can I not make it? Because you don't scale melee damage or player-based damage at all. So the base damage is terrible. With Absolution, it's kind of fine because you're scaling levels. You know, so the level of the skill gem. And that way, the spell actually deals some damage, so you have a base that you can then scale. But with Dominating Blow, like, no way. Doesn't even matter what weapon you use. Because early on, it's probably just Martyr's teaching. Nothing else compares, really. Like, later on, it starts making sense because a multi-lig weapon has some base damage scale.
Still alive, are we?
Once again, out of transmutes. What is going on? When we're starting out with Dominating Blow, you have nothing. No damage whatsoever. That just ends up being wasted points. But for Absolution, is great. In a way, it benefits me that that Path of Exile 2 was delayed, because I quite honestly wasn't sure how. I don't know. Just kind of felt a bit insecure. Other people having played the game already, right? That was the reason why I didn't make a video about minions, because I don't know, just felt like I had no idea of what's what and what's not. Ooh, I just remembered something. To use. I forgot to get a special gem support. Shit, the Fist to Lightning. Hey, what? Wait, the Guardian doesn't get Fist to Lightning either. Since when? Am I stupid? The Guardian gets Fist to Lightning. Oh, I never handed in the thing. That's why. Haha. Silly. Yeah, oh, these are garbage, right? Actually, maybe.
Yes. Be well.
There we go. And now, once again, don't have the right colors. Yeah. Can't use it for now. Just can't use it. I could just store this away, but then I have no idea what I actually earned and what I technically didn't. Don't need the Flame Totem anymore. But yeah, Path of Exile 2 is really, and I mean, it's going to be so weird compared to this. Looked at gameplay from the first couple acts. Definitely strange. Some of the weird shenanigans that you have to deal with in Path of Exile 1 are literally just disappearing. Like all this color bullshit, right? It's just gonna be gone. No more, oh, this item is good, but it doesn't have the right color, so I can't use it. Okay. Playing BAMA, definitely get the Jade Amulet here, right? Obviously. Still not doing it. Haven't switched quite yet. Oh, damn. So yeah, you're not really getting enough dexterity early on to level the to level the gem. You have to do. Gives the clones life, which early on is, you need that. And they also need the accuracy, right? Shit. Bows. No bows. One bow. Okay. Shitty one. So much garbage. It's extra life. Damn it. Like, yeah, the reservation mechanic is a bit weird. I feel like they probably want us to go from, I don't know how to put this, right? Going from
Stay out of the shadows.
playing minions, permanent minions, or other minions, and then aura stacking, I guess, right? To, well, we're just putting all of this into the minions and into the build from the get-go. Maybe that's the intent. I don't know. I'm going to have to find out. Just realized something. For this fight, I definitely want the minion life recovery on Life Leech. Otherwise, this is going to be obnoxious.
Your god's greatest disappointment, heretic.
This boss is really obnoxious. Without the proper setup.
You chose the road, old friend. God put me at the end of it.
Kind of want to make a high-end Absolution build just once on the Necromancer, so I can actually make use of Light Eater, right? Because when you're playing Absolution, Light Eater actually becomes useful. So if you spec into this for the instant leech, you actually get some energy shield recovery out of it, which is, I don't know, kind of nice for a change. It's so weird that we have to spec into Light Eater. Oh wait, Quiver. That we have to spec into that just to get the instant leech. It's so damn good. I would say that's only a necromancer thing, but still. I really hope they start adding more minions to Path of Exile too, eventually, right? Because right now we have like skeletons and I don't know, what else do we have? SRS? I guess the wolves are also a bit interesting, right? Although it looks like they expect you to summon the wolves frequently, because they get this this buff after they have been summoned for a short duration. It's like a built-in fresh meat support, just a lot weaker. Not even sure this is actually available on the Necromancer though. This area is so large. I'm also not quite sure how the Race Spectre is going to be. You know, it looks cool, right? It's kind of like Pokemon-esque mechanic. You know, you gotta catch them all. And for once, it's not ST dice. But like, the Spirit Reservation efficiency on just a regular monster was insane. And I don't think the survivability of these minions is actually good. And unlike for the skeletons, you don't have a minion that reanimates them. So you kind of have to, I don't know, wait until the fight's over. Or all of your minions are dead for them to start resurrecting. I think the last time I was here, I played this with Tabula, and I had like a 6-link, and I think I almost got one shot. It's quite a bit different. Guess it's good to be humbled every now and then. Oh yeah, we don't get the Ray Spectre gem here. Anything? It's all garbage, right? Anything? Well, there's a 4-link, but it's on the boots. Oh, the colors are off too. shield has the right... No, fine. Also wrong.
Stay out of the shadows.
So now we want blue, blue. This can go. So, yeah, you have to start leveling the blink arrow of bombarding clones at some point. I'm gonna start doing that now, because if it's not leveled, your minions don't have any survivability, they don't have any accuracy. They just end up being bad.
See you. Watch yourself.
Okay, so I got the Spectre gem. It's kind of a question whether we have...
Bye.
Pretty tough with the sockets right now.
There you go.
Okay, guess that's something.
Bring me back something nicer.
Okay, first Spectre, Stygian, always. Doesn't look like he's here. There we go. It's just a frenzy charge, right? But anything and everything that helps. Yeah, I don't want to do that, honestly. It's a shame you only get this weird ring as a reward, and not even a good one, right? Like coral rings, and I don't know. Definitely not resistance rings, which is what you need early on. How many reset points do I have right now? 3. Okay. I can refund 3 passive points. So that's important. Obviously, like for BAMA, spiritual aid is complete garbage. It doesn't do anything. Player damage is completely irrelevant. We also don't have the accuracy, right? BAMA looks cool for, I don't know. You might think it's an easy way to introduce buffs or debuffs into the build. But unlike a spell-based build, you kind of have these accuracy issues. You don't really want to start using, what's it called? Resolute technique. It's so far down. It's crazy, honestly. Same is true for dominating blow. But early on you have to. Early on you just have to. Really gotta play that build sometime. Probably next league. I don't think I want to start out with a melee build. Like you can just, I don't know, get stuck. You have trouble doing the content where you're at. And with BAMA, that's never going to happen. When you have the damage that will carry you. And survivability, I mean, yeah, well, play better or just die a couple times. As a softcore player is fine, but yeah, well. Obviously not a viable option for HC. No idea how people have the patience and the skill. Way too easily distracted. Path of Exile feels like an insanely punishing game for that too. One monster with like a weird mod and you're just done. Pages.
Delivered to this task, I will prevail.
So it's a bit of a shame that carrying golems are so bad these days. Calculated like 5 different versions of that build. And they all suck. Lightning, chaos, cold conversion. Although obviously cold conversion is much worse than it used to be. That hatred nerf was, well, quite something. Yeah, with carrying golems, I played 2 builds. I played Cold Conversion Ascendant in Sanctuary. Is that any good for me? That's literally useless, right?
Don't do anything I would.
Still don't have the sockets to use my conductivity. Yeah, well, can't be helped. And the other version I played was in Crucible. Just regular physical. Multi-link weapon build. All of this is garbage, right? That's a bit obnoxious. I don't have an orb of chance. I can't buy Feeding Frenzy. Come on. Oh, what is this run, dude? I wanted to upload this on YouTube. Oh, I'm not sure if I actually want to do that. Feels like starvation mode. Wait. Shit, I forgot something. I want determination. I'm not going into the lab without determination. Because I know I will be too stupid to dodge that wave. Of his shockwave ability. Bye-bye, Herald of Purity. Calculated that too. But Herald of Purity is just a very dumb stone golem build in the end. What? God, seriously? Fine. It's only level 1. Wait. Preserving like literally all my mana right now. Okay. So I'm not using clarity. That sucks too. Probably over leveled my clarity. Pretty sure I put like level 4 into the PoB. That actually makes some sense. It's this clarity. 6.
The weary traveler draws the empty echoes, and the world attends.
This is a bit obnoxious with Absolution, right?
Receive your sentence.
Come on, spot some skeletons, please.
Be singular of purpose. You are inexhaustible.
And relink without conductivity. Right, like get rid of something. Probably just have to drop the phantasms. This is not cool. Just hoping that on the next league start I get better luck. Standing in the saw blade is still a bad idea. God. Where's that exit? Up or down? Probably down, right? It's down if I go up. It's up if I go down. Maybe not.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Slowness led to take doubt is done. Enjoy the reprisal. You are relentless.
Okay, I'm kind of fucked. I'm literally out of resources. What the fuck?
Finish this.
God, so many. Why?
Violence is delicate. By the goddess, what ambition.
God.
Time is not to be
I am not ready for this. This combination of like shit sockets and everything. Imagine your league start going like this. Whatever. Garbage Spectre anyway. Okay, let's get that conductivity. We have at least some damage. Let's see.
Find your determination.
Oh my god. What in the absolute fuck was that? That was the toughest use arrow I've ever done. Holy shit. What the?
Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Okay, obviously, Guardian, and we're getting the Radiant Crusade. Oh shit. That's actually a pretty good bow, but it only has one socket. It's an issue. We're losing 6 sockets, right? YOLO Jewelers? Okay, okay, I take it.
How you doing? Can't do anything I
Do I switch already? So this needs 95 dex. I could get another 30 dex here. It's not enough, right? No, it's not. Okay. Can do a bit more Absolution.
The spirit
Get that Desecrate. Should have gotten it way earlier. Oh god, of course. Gotta say, I'm not a fan of the Desecrate changes. Especially for Spectre builds, right? Like, you can no longer use the Ray Spectre of Transients to remove unwanted corpses. Like, why? The fuck were they thinking when they did that? Just don't get it. Taking my last Spectre build, right? So not the Frostbearer build that I made, but in the one I played in Necropolis at the end of it. You could use Ray Spectre of Transient to, well, essentially summon support Spectres. It was really cool. And now that's just gone. Wasn't super reliable, right? Because obviously you're not guaranteed to summon specific corpses with Desecrate. But it was at least an option. And now that's just gone. Like, the Frostbearers are fine because they're insane, but every other Spectre build kind of suffers because of it. I don't want to keep this. Like, the less duration is really annoying. Freeze immunity. I guess that can come in handy. Lonesome Chaos Orb. Yeah, no, I mentioned that before. I'm not gonna play the reset, but you can absolutely play this in the reset. Let's just hope you don't get as unlucky as I am with your drops. The thing is, it's the same league, right? It's the same league, it's the same everything, just with more currency drops. And I already have currency, so might as well play this in regular Settlers. The only reason I would want to play the event is to see how broken the economy gets. It's definitely something probably interesting. But outside of that, I don't know. Again, just more currency drops. Yeah, I'm just going to use the currency I have left, which is, I don't know, a couple hundred divs. Is there any decks here that I could use? So this is 30 decks, and I need like 33. Wait, I have another amulet, right? Might be able to switch already. I guess if I'm switching right now, I don't think I want to invest into Spiritual Aid. It's just wasteful. Oh god, that minion survivability is garbage. Probably the elemental resistances. Really hard to get that on the Guardian early on.
By exiling me, you were my Genesis Dominus.
Let's see.
May these waters
Hope I kept the amulet. Otherwise I'm kind of screwed.
Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
This one just has resistances. It sucks to lose it, but yeah. Yeah, I kept it. But I still need... This is a 3-link. Kind of early sockets can I use here? I feel like I need 1 blue, but I'm not confident in getting that 1 blue socket with like the chromatic orbs. Let's see. Fast attacks, lightning damage, minion damage. Yeah, this is... Nope. 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 Shit. Good. I knew it. No, it made my problem worse. Leave this. Don't need the shield charge anymore. So no zombies, no specters right now. That blows. Do we... All of this is garbage now. You can get faster attack support in Act 2 or 1. Can't remember. If the Guardian can actually, or the Templar rather, can get it. Might have been Act 1.
Yes?
Neither. That's cool. What about added cold damage? Okay, that's also not available. So, Siosa? And the other one added cold, right? Yeah. I think that's pretty much it early on.
let's speak again soon.
Oh, precision. I wanted to get myself precision. Don't have the reservation efficiency right now. I will.
Go with care, friend.
But maybe. Let's see how bad this is. Yeah. Sounds up pretty whack. think I'm gonna keep precision at its current level. Should be fine to level the other stuff. I just level Desecrate. Classic. Honestly, Desecrate could easily just be a level 1 spell. Just like Convocation. I mean, is anyone scaling that? Probably not. Doesn't offer anything, really. So what I need are more sockets, definitely. But just an endless amount of blue sockets. Of course, on the boots, I need the movement speed. That's another blue socket. An alteration, which I don't have many, but I can identify this for shards. That's a chrome, right? What do I want to use? Zombies as blockers, probably. Or Frostblink for more mobility. Both. They're both options.
I'm sorry, God. We must learn not to abuse your creations.
No more. And I'm thinking about it. I forgot to buy Sniper's Mark.
You are free now, Vol. Go with God.
Let go. Wait, Aaron Greaves. Oh, that inventory is a mess. So yeah, you have to use Sniper's Mark early on because you're using mixed damage. Right, so right now we're dealing physical, fire, cold, everything. Nope. Yeah, that mana flask is complete overkill, right? But that's also really shitty for us. And we can then yeet the connectivity too. It's something. God, that cast speed. Slightly awful. And for the golem, you can either get Chaos, Carrion, or Stone, I guess. Not really sure what I want to get. Probably Chaos, honestly. Although the Stone Golem is a red gem, right? Never mind, taking the Stone Golem. Don't have any blue gems, or blue gem sockets rather. Plenty of blue gems. Oh yeah, I can't use it yet. The trick to playing BAMA without being annoyed is to just hold down 2 buttons at the same time. And for the other version, later on, with both clones, 3 buttons. Curious if Lightning BAMA or in general, like, Lightning minions will get nerfed next league. They're so much better than non-Lightning minions. Hopefully GGG buffs the others, but, well, not confident there. And BAMA is popular enough to get nerfed. Because GGG tends to only nerf popular stuff, for some reason. Ah, there's the spirit. Nice. Don't have to go back for that thing.
No soul should suffer as you have, Deshret.
Yeah, overlevel clarity. Kind of weird. You want to have like a little bit of mana regen from clarity. By far the easiest way to get flat added mana regen into any build.
This land is teetering on the brink of cataclysm.
That's so much better than Absolution. Holy shit. Literally just holding down the buttons. Arm first. And for some reservation efficiency. Oh, Golem. Golem, Golem, Golem. Passive region. Something that really pisses me off about Golems, it's not just that they're worse than they used to be, right? It's also that some of the Golem tools that you use make no fucking sense. For example, when you look at Primordial Eminence, which Carrion Golems use, which is for Lightning Golems, right? They give your Golems armor, which is good, attack speed, and cast speed, which is conditionally good, right? For most Golems it is. And then they also give you a buff aura effect. Like, what? Excuse me? Buff auras? You mean the buffs that were removed from the offensive minions? Because you're supposed to use the Golem of the Hordes, right? Or maybe the other version, right? Maybe the other transfigured gem. None of these have auras. They completely removed that. So, why did they not change Primordial Eminence? Yeah. It's kind of a bit thoughtless sometimes, the way these changes are made. I can change my loot filter now. Very awful. Much better. Hello. Life. Whatever. So be it. I still need more sockets though. I don't even need clarity anymore. I feel like it's fine without that. It's only a 3-link, of course. So that might change when you use this on a 4-link. Takes quite a while to get to the bow mastery that allows us to spam them a bit more often. The thing is, even if you had that early on, you still couldn't use not feeding frenzy, what's it called? Fresh meat support. Simply because you don't have the resources. Spamming out even just one clone is very expensive. And you would also have to rush down all the way to, well, to that node, right? All of this on a 3-link. It's silly. But yeah, as I said, right, like this is so far away. Doesn't matter whether you go for Avatar of the Hunt or Hunter's Gambit, right? They're just too far away. And rushing it leaves you open. You just have nothing at that point. No minion damage, no... I don't know. As I said, nothing.
What do you want?
Sockets. Nope. Still nothing. Guess we can yeet the clarity.
Go where you are needed.
Honestly, I think I wanna fit the thing though. Frostblink. Guess sell my Frostblink. Oh wait, it's been here all along. I'm an idiot. Okay. That's good. Really curious if we're going to see something like BAMA in Path of Exile too. Because in a lot of ways it doesn't really fit their, I don't know, like the style, I would say. Path of Exile 2. Because minions reserve spirit, and the minions that don't reserve spirit, well, they come from corpses. I guess Unearth is technically a bit similar, right? Because it summons these duration-based minions. Probably just have to wait and see. I'm not particularly patient. Wonder how much of this is just the bow carrying me. 'Cause that one is pretty nice, not gonna lie.
What is it?
Again, links on boot.
I'm watching you.
Kind of frustrating.
This is not creation. This is perversion.
Wonder how the clones do against Piety. Piety is always tough for minions early on. So much damage. The thing is, you can always resummon them, right? Even if the clones die. A Sentinel of Radiance is pretty tanky, so at least that thing should always be alive. It's doable.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose in time.
Would have been a lot more relaxing to play this from the get-go.
You are imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron. Embrace death, Deirdre, for your flesh was your undoing.
And then I guess it doesn't really help people. But, I don't know, league starting. It's also a bit weird. Like in the first deck, you probably want to use something very much alien to minions, to minion builds. Namely, ballistas. Falling, shit colors.
Your God-given talents were wasted, Malgar.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Rather the hallmark of God, isn't it? Let me show you what a real God can do.
think it's so much longer with Absolution. I have an Essence, right? Yes. That's pretty bad. I don't know.
Fought against death
We're
your
just
whole life, Malachi.
life.
When it was the one thing that would grant you true immortality.
Get any resistances? But I want the colors. I think I'm putting zombies, phantasms, one green socket. Could put culling strike in there. This give me lightning resistance? Am I blind? How does that work? Gonna be cold resistance either way. Change. Okay, I got some transmutes. I guess you can get some enchants. Enough, I guess. Can buy the cutting strike from her too. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Obviously that's only useful against bosses, but
I am your hunt well.
so righteous army, and then we can start moving down. Is there anything crazy we want? Like, I think this is all garbage, really. Maybe the Arcanist brand for later.
No love for Diala.
Spectre is not really that good early on. We are replacing our minions rather frequently. It's just a frenzy charge for a bit of time. Still, every bit of damage helps early on. Really won't be missing all this maneuvering with like sockets and colors. Half of Excel too. Like once you have some gear, it doesn't matter, right? Then it's easy.
My return marks judgment for those of hollow faith.
But while leveling, it's so painful. This act is short. And Blink Arrow helps a lot. Main damage minion also being like a mobility skill is so cool.
Your hateful scorn has no place in God's land.
And thank
Fire and cold, I guess. Probably can't beat that anyway.
We do this for freedom.
Honestly, the Sentinel of Radiance is still pretty good, though it was nerfed. Or it was just way too powerful early on. They introduced it. Guess you shouldn't be able to like trivialize leveling just because you have one ascendancy. Kind of messed up. I think this is my first op of chance. I can now buy Feeding Frenzy. Slap it onto a minion.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
Quicksilver Blast. Okay, so I can use that if I get a good good pair of boots, like good sockets. Get a movement speed mod. 'Cause those things are very basic.
At long last I return home, only to find
Remember,
So,
life
okay.
is
Put this around. Then our Stone Golems provide us with Feeding Frenzy. Minion recovery is kind of an issue early on. Still. Ooh, look at this. Bows, bows, bows. Don't have the room. Shit. Let's see. Mine is pretty good. If I can actually upgrade that thing. Or Granite Flask, I guess. Evasion rating.
Remember,
I clean this up somehow.
for freedom.
Such a mess. Probably won't be needing the gem cutter. The chaos orb. Probably worse. This lightning, worse. This one has fizz and cold. Not quite sure.
Freedom comes to those who fight.
This one is clearly worse.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
It's also garbage.
For freedom.
Any more linked stuff? Okay.
I vowed before my brothers that I would return, and so I have.
Guess I can actually afford to level precision now. Accuracy is an issue early on. In a way, I want to make this like the default leveling skill of my builds, but obviously don't have that. Would be really cool if the regular blink arrow gems weren't so, I don't know, useless, I guess. They kind of just don't make any sense. I think the idea of transfigured gems is really cool. Combining the idea of alternate gem qualities with threshold jewels. But it's like the regular gems should still have some sort of use.
The hour of judgment draws near.
And they clearly don't have that in the case of Blink Arrow. Just remembered, I haven't spec'd into Fearsome Force yet. Time. I can probably start using Spirit Offering over Flesh Offering. Probably better for single target damage. Might be a bit worse for, I don't know, just killing regular enemies. Look at that damage. Silly. Like holding on the Blink Arrow skill definitely helps reduce clicking in the build. I think I'm gonna put the prismatic clones on my other mouse button. I have a question whether I can hold down 3 mouse buttons. Definitely has to be something like that. You go insane while mapping. No movement speed on the boots.
What in damnation have I done?
Curious Stone Golem. Increased buff effect. I think that matters too much early on. Yeah, upgrade is an upgrade. What about that amethyst ring? Well, that's actually not that bad. I think I'm gonna use that. Getting some chaos resistance early on is nice.
Your ilk will suffer my wrath for what you have done.
Shame you can't really play the Blink Arrow version alone without the prismatic clones. It's not while having decent damage. This is kind of broken. And I don't know, the other stuff also doesn't look too hot. Got rid of all of this nonsense.
Once kids not all. For freedom.
What about this bow here? Better or worse? Oh, much worse. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Freedom comes.
Good, because then we don't have to change the links, the offering.
Good luck out there.
That's wrong. Done.
Shall cleanse this place of hallowed legacy.
Having an extra chrome doesn't hurt. I went through literally all of my chromes, pretty much. I'd get the colors right.
I continue to
Hey.
There is always hope. There is always redemption, even when all looks lost.
Okay. Don't really need the bobble early on. Wait. Let's take a look at the chest. That is probably better than what I have, right? Yeah. Double.
Come forth, ravenous one. Face the wrath of God.
Okay, so where do I get the extra resistances from? Helmet has some room. Okay, I guess I won't be capped for a while.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Has my faith truly been a lie? My God, an
Remember,
Yeah, helmet, next upgrade. Anything with some sockets and resistances. The Guardian, you can probably start using Skullhead, honestly. very basic minion item, right? And since your build has some minion block, the recovery on block is actually pretty good. Use the chest, right? Barely an upgrade. Well, but I have to set this up differently now. I lose my Feeding Frenzy support.
I return to exile, humbled and shaken.
Okay, not the way forward. Ball socket boots? Come on. Make me happy. Actually, I have 10% movement speed. Tiniest of upgrades.
The world crumbles. I must gather the pieces.
Oh, what the fuck was that? Reasonably fast. Getting this instant recovery on flask stuff. Really not great. At least not for mana flasks, obviously for life flasks would be great. Wow, okay. That's quite something. I think that's really obnoxious about BAMA is that you cannot tell the minions what to attack. They literally don't react. They're pretty much as aggressive as minions that you get from... Or that you, I don't know, turn aggressive with the Ancient Skull. Because they also don't listen to you. Loads feel kind of the same. The one drawback they have, I feel like. Outside of all the clicking, of course. I wonder how good this automation stuff and Path of Exile 2 is. Both for the for the Raging Spirits, and the other thing for well, there's this cast on minion death kind of thing, where when minions die, they give you energy, and once you hit a certain threshold, cast something. Wonder if you can loop the Raging Spirits that way. And if so, if that's actually worth it. Because the way I understand it is that one fire spell gives you like 5 spirits. Kind of envious of the people who've already played it. All these shenanigans that I couldn't test.
Evil has returned to this place of despair.
Kind of have to do the trial. Oh, never mind. Guess it's fine. Quite literally here. That mobility is really something else. Honestly, I wouldn't mind a minion build in Path of Exile 2 that uses Blink Arrow. That is not the Necromancer at all, right? That is, I don't know, where you play on the Deadeye or whatever PoE ascendancy we're going to have. Would actually be pretty cool. Because right now it's like pretty much everything on the Necromancer, the Guardian early on, but later on usually ends up being worse. Unless you want to scale the HP like crazy. Still. I remember for my BAMA build last league, I calculated a bunch of stuff. Like, I don't know, Champion, Pathfinder. It all ended up being very meh. Minion survivability is one of the major concerns. You're not playing the Necromancer or the Guardian. It's not great on the Guardian, but it's fine. But on something weird like the Champion of the Pathfinder, it's just garbage. It's a bit better on the Champion now than it used to be, because of the nearby allies have fortification equal to yours, but it's not good, right? You're still starting out in the wrong section of the tree, because down here there's like nothing for minions, right? Literally nothing. Helmet.
Crusade sees its first triumph.
Nice. Use this right away. As I can. Put extra resistance on here too. Let's do that. Oh, yeah, the boots. I forgot about that. I'm liking green gems if I use this. Ooh. Three to 9 maximum life. Wow. Still an upgrade though. I did not mean to do that. Fancy vendor recipe. Just the sheer range of those minions puts them aside, honestly. Probably would have had a lot more success this league if I started out with this. Not in terms of currency generation or killing Ubers, obviously I did that, right? But content creation wise.
Had you not barred the way the first time, Piety, things might have turned out differently for all of us.
Not quite sure why some people prefer the mirror arrow over this. Because, I mean, the mobility is king. If you don't want to move, your character can just, I don't know, use the ability close to your character. Seems like you're giving up on a really cool feature for nothing. And if you want to use both clones, well, you have to use both types of clones anyway. Okay, I'm capped again. That's good. It's a bit weird how long it takes to summon the clones without the O passive or any form of cooldown recovery. But yeah, said it before, scaling down to the bow recovery early on. The bow node that gives you the recovery is kind of stupid. It's so much worse.
Stay sharp out there.
We have everything here. Probably, but yep. Really nice if we could fit Purity of Elements soon. Definitely need quite a bit more reservation efficiency for that. Really cool early on because it solves like minion and player resistance issues. Also elemental ailment immunity, of course. Not having to click the waypoints is so nice. That's just a small improvement. Feels really good. I have some chromes. I guess I could try to fix the colors of the bow, because it's not really that optimal right now. How much damage do we get from added cold? I mean, minion damage is probably optimal. Yeah.
I shall take this crusade to the seas themselves.
Remember playing this in, what was it? 3.24? People were like, yeah, you can't really afford the gem while leveling, because it's gonna be one divine from League Start onwards. Because that was fucking bullshit. So nobody has that currency early on. And people just try to sell the gem, right? Get a nice gem, they want it sold. Just like most other transfigured gems. Bunch of chaos on League Start. At least in soft score, I don't know how the economy in hardcore works, to be honest. Okay, accuracy shouldn't really be an issue for the minions anymore. Brave Pact and everything, and precision. bows. Lots of bows. Falling. And Frost Breath. I don't need. Does not look like the right way. I can't really replace my bow. I think it's way too good. But for now, at least, I have more than enough damage. That's why I don't really put items into my leveling setups, because you kind of, in the end, have to work with what you get. Anything, I should put more gem options in there. What happens when you don't get the proper colors? Because that, as you saw, happens quite a lot, actually. Sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Don't get chromes, you don't get the right items, the right bases. Anything here? Look like it.
Hold on, Tiek. What'll I now? Always keep your eyes on the horizon. Are the end of learning?
Just thought about trying to get the falling, but I mean, I'm insane. 2 fusings. That's not a thing. And going down to like a 1 link. Being able to fix it. Definitely not worth it. Get the thing. Points. Right, silver locket. Obviously, the later you switch from, let's say, Absolution to BAMA, the more... what's it called? The more refund points you need. Could still be covered by what you get in the campaign, if you actually do the quests. Can be a bit annoying. I think honestly the idea of these optional quests is not very good. Just give us dual rewards, right? So Passive skill point, refund points. People do your quests. Kind of what they did with the hand of whatever quest in Act 2, which you now have to do. For the passive point. We need that dexterity. I think I actually don't right now. It's interesting. I guess just going here. I might actually take Dynamo just to get access to this mana mastery here. Get the reservation efficiency. Or get it up here. That's an additional point though. I don't really need maximum mana right now. If I get the additional reservation efficiency, I might be able to fit curative elements already. Be very nice. Got a flask here. Let's see shit. Yeah. Garbage flask. Corrupted. Interesting. Damage is just so much greater than what you would get with the normal minion build. This is just a 3-link. Probably a good idea to level pretty much everything as BAMA, even if you don't want to play it later on. In a non-league start scenario, of course. I can give that locker to him later.
Hello.
But like I need the points right now. One thing I really hated about using Blink Arrow of Bombarding clones was proximity shields. Because you have to walk into the proximity shield and then use the ability, right? That definitely blows. That's why it's not really a great skill for Blight, in my opinion. Some Blight last league felt like shit. Punishment. Could use that instead of the sniper's mark. Ah, fuck it. We're going to do that later. Going to use it later on. We get access to debilitate, which is otherwise kind of hard to get. Not even sure what other mechanic gives you debilitate as a debuff. I think debilitate, or rather punishment for normal characters, is a bit weird, because when an enemy is affected by punishment, it has to hit you in order to trigger the debilitate, right? But you don't want to get hit. But with minions, it's fine because, well, the minions are always going to get hit. Punishment actually becomes an option that isn't stupid.
Evil may hide, but the light will find it.
Ooh. You quiver, finally. I mean, probably. Wait, can I give up on the dex? That thing gives me 20 dex. I guess I could also switch to the carrion golem for damage. Now I have the sockets. Okay. Start on the trial. Little back for that. Okay. I can now do the lab. The confident. This time I should have the damage. God, that last try, man. That was something. Never done lab this slow, or rather, what's he called? Izaro this slow. But I didn't choke. That's something.
The goddess is watching.
A bit underleveled. We don't have that much life right now.
The weary traveler draws close to the end. Loneliness lends strength to one's enemies.
Just having the Sentinel of Radiance is nice. Man.
There is no escape.
Yeah. Look at this, how different it feels. Felt so stupid the last time. Sitting there doing his aura for a minute. That bleed damage. Wow. Hopefully that is the way forward. It's kind of shit. Going to go back. See if I can find the real exit. Should be up left. Fine. Somewhere in here. Yeah.
Influences reside in dark places.
Okay, what was that? Use trap damage. That's better. Okay, not really what I was looking for. One time I actually go down. Oh, plus it's up top. Shit, that's the wrong one. Should be up here, right? Thinking, should I just go back? Take these 3 points? Oh, but it's 4 points, right? There's a need. Mystic Bulwark and Mastery. Not sure I could actually fit Purity of Elements that way. Charisma is where you want to be spec'd in later, but it's so far away. Definitely has to wait. Just try it out. Pretty much all of my refund points though. If that doesn't work out. One of these flasks has freeze immunity. Forgot which one it was. Definitely not optimal to have that on a Quicksilver Flask, but... Early on, what are you gonna do? Beggars come to choosers.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all.
Not bad. Chaos Orb, that would be very nice. Second time I found this thing. Full socket helmet. Probably just worse. Okay, now you get to make a decision, right? You can either go defenses or Bastion of Hope, or you could go Unwavering Crusade. I'm a softcore noob, so well, damage it is.
One left. Keep your life to your own.
The fires of greed burn eternal in the hearts of the unworthy.
New bow? Nope. What? So much physical damage. Look at this. Double fizz? Not even terrible tears. Am I lacking dexterity? 5 dex? Seriously? Well, actually, I'm lacking more, right? Because I'm losing dexterity from this thing. Okay, I want to do the side quest here for the amulet. If I can find it, that is. What? I picked that up. I could just dropped it. Ooh, 2 fusings. Now I have 4. Well, not going to attempt to 4-link the bow. Just realized this bow also has this 1 fuse socket that is on a 3-link. It does have a blue socket. Not bad. Not bad at all. Already have all the fireflies. Yeah, I do. A bow. That one sucks.
Yes, there's.
The it worse? Yeah. Yeah, it is, definitely. Okay. Okay, let's buy Purity of Elements and see whether I can actually use it. I just realized, of course, I don't have the fucking sockets.
What is it? See you.
Okay, Stone Golem here, and then... Come on, stop clouding on me. Dude. That's half my chromes, and I actually had a lot of chromes. Just like that. Might not even be able to use it. That's a lot.
If you find your gods lacking, your true lord still awaits.
Yeah, I mean, then that's probably the way you want to go. Now I'm really overcapped. I have much more room for improvement in terms of items, sockets, whatever. Pretty cool. It helps a lot with minions. Just as long as you don't over-level precision, should be fine. Worst case scenario, you have to like get a new one. Because you don't have the scourings to level it down manually.
I have seen this place in my visions of doom.
Hot garbage. Okay, can see it. So how do I get there? Classic. Up and right at the earliest convenience. Whatever that is. Anything left for me to do? Yeah, I have to hand in the stuff. What about that? Another granite flask? I don't know. Chill and freeze immunity. That's nice. And instant recovery, which I bought it. It's reduced effect, increased evasion. Oh, come on, please. Seriously. Something normal, man. Yep. I obviously don't recommend that. I'm not getting shit right now. what a waste.
Keep your wits about you.
I feel
Well, that's terrible. I want to find out whether that bow's better than the one I'm using right now. Worse. Crazy. Oh, that's a decimation bow. Look at that attack speed. Shit.
greetings. Journey well.
Now I look like an idiot. I actually leave those points in and respec these. That's worse.
Hello again, local.
My mana is definitely a bit more of an issue. Purity of elements is definitely worth that much.
Into the lair of lust. I shall stand strong against temptation.
Even if you're already capped, right? Elemental aimlet immunity, minion survivability. Pretty good. Especially on the Guardian. That's a lot of bows.
The spirit hunts with you.
This one might be better. Should be. What the fuck is that? E4 lightning. It would also be interesting. Let's see. 579. 657. But I lose another socket. I guess I could take the culling strike out here. Was the highest, right? Okay. Fast attacks. And probably the minion damage. Or the added lightning damage. I think we already have a lot of added damage.
Greetings. Greeting. Hello. Journey well.
That damage is really nice. I'm sure if I can tell the difference between this and the other bow. Still. 2 phases. But look at the items. Yes, I can reroll this flask here, right?
What foul new corruption is this?
And anything that isn't detrimental. Okay. What's the one with this fallings? Garbage. How much is that link worth? I wonder. It's half the damage. Shit. I might have to kill an essence monster to turn that into something useful.
It seems it is my penance to endure all the filth of this world.
In retrospect, honestly, I think getting Dynamo early on is probably better. Give up just more defensive, but mana-wise, it's kind of an issue right now. Way to get Elvish Battery. I'm definitely going to get it from the tree though. Devouring Diadem is a piece of shit. Costs you so much minion survivability. And also isn't super available early on, of course.
The unclean witch shall poison this land no longer.
Stuck there for a second. Weird. Actually gonna stop loving precision. Not exacerbate. Exacerbate? Whatever. My mana problems don't become worse. Literally just run through everything with this build. Doesn't matter.
Child, I've seen resurrection. It was nightmarish, not beautiful.
800. Okay, never mind. Definitely not top that. And start using this though. He's immune.
Your loyalty has gone unrewarded. Go to God, if he shall have you.
That way for. See a corpse. Right here. Better than the ones that I use. Need the strength. Don't. Never. Kind of unlikely that I'm going to find an upgrade for my stuff. Still. Try. Quite sure about this drop-centric loot system in Path XL2 or gearing system. Not a particular fan of picking up items and then exhaust slamming, whatever they have in mind. They give us more ways of creating good items than just that. Otherwise, fully crafted items will be very rare. Also have to use 2 weapons, right? I mean, we need 2 weapons probably for a lot of builds. It's like an extra item you have to craft. I feel like in Path XL1 almost no one weapon swaps. Just the storage for gems. I know I found 5 Chaos Orbs. Restored 1 away. Could be more than enough to buy that gem, right? In the league start environment. Obviously would have to play Absolution for longer, but...
A seed sacred to a false religion.
There is nothing else.
It's a... Tell me something. Any chance you might be
I need,
willing to join forces and turn
I don't know,
out
fire, cold, probably. That's a lot of max life. That's nice.
what's going on?
I'll take that. Where's... Let's throw nice element. Technically don't need them right now, but can always change. Open new bases in quite some time. The falling. Not that great. So I got the culling strike back. It's always good. Gonna put them on the I guess it makes more sense to do it this way. All in the same setup. Ah, never mind. Can't fit Feeding Frenzy that way.
Stay out of the shadows.
Once more into the breach, and once more we return.
Okay. Mage Bane for some spell suppression. Not even that little. Closer and closer to that cooldown. At least for damage, it's irrelevant right now, though. Definitely nice for movement speed, or rather, technically not movement speed, but mobility. Reducing that cooldown is nice either way. It's Link though. Look, in terms of DPS, that's not worth it. Like 5 fusings. Maybe I get the 3 link, but spending that many of our still very precious resources is yeah, it's not sensible. Not early on. I want those gloves. I already have too many red gems. But the boots. And no movement speed. Okay, the exit should be to the left somewhere. Never falling. Colors are worse. Hmm. Yeah, nice falling by. Could put my blink arrow in there. Bit of an issue in terms of mana and everything right now. Crazy how much of this early stuff is just you trying to fit the gems. All of that's going to be gone. Not going to miss it. Having freeze and chill immunity this early on is really nice. A bit of attention. Not bad.
What is it?
Yeah, kind of don't have the right buckets to use that thing right now.
Bring me back something nicer.
Too many red gems. Much worse is this? Unusably worse.
How you doing? Bring me back something nicer.
H-Bane. Thinking of going Eldritch Battery already. Quite sure this works this early on. Definitely be nice though. Completely ignore everything. Don't need a mana flask. Anything. Could reserve all my mana down to 0.
Someone may have washed away your sins, but I will never forget what you did here.
Crazy, I'm literally just walking through enemies. But the clones are killing things so fast I'm actually overleveled. I mean, that's just way better than animate weapon. It's level of investment. You don't have to resummon, of course, right? That's another thing. Resummoning is very obnoxious while leveling. Because you don't really spend that much time in every, I don't know, instance, I guess. Weapons just despawn. BAMA just doesn't give a shit about that. Anything else left? I don't think so.
Monroe, don't eat the mushrooms.
You remember, humanity needs us.
Time to fuck out of here. Resummon that Spectre. Find it.
Eclipse cold pride, flaming rage, and pass beyond this human age.
6 points.
Oh, you must. Good luck.
Are we actually getting that one in the campaign? Then it doesn't matter early on. Ability is nice, but I don't know how to make fresh meat support work. The requirements or resource requirements are pretty insane. And quite a lot of damage. Surprised. With the purity, the minions still take a lot of damage. Amethyst Flask, always good. As soon as you start mapping, you kind of want to get rid of the second Quicksilver Flask anyway. Take a look at the bow. Ouch. Oh, I think I'll close enough. Gonna trigger.
Until next time.
I mean, it could be interesting. I have an essence to roll. Wait. Damn it. That's pretty shit. Is she coming? %20 movement speed. Stats are so bad. I haven't eaten the red gems.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Take care. You killed.
think I'm gonna kill the unique enemy in the other area too. Extra refund points. Definitely something I would do while actually doing a league start.
I have truly become the heretic.
The question where he is. Oh. That answers that question. Probably better than what I use right now. Oh. Both have poison immunity. But instantly at the end. Such hot garbage. The one judges. I'm already ignite immune. Only I wasn't so slow in the beginning. It'd actually not be a bad time. Not a good time, right? But, I mean, still. It's like I literally stood still. Getting blink arrow. Damage being hot garbage didn't help either. Two additional red gems. Could do a fast wind damage taken setup for what's it called? Molten Shell. My armor is so bad. Probably be steel skin. But I lie. Not particularly good, right? He doesn't sell those. 4, right?
I
That can trigger level 54. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Literally level 1. Literally level 1. Not taking enough damage, right? Over level 2k. Very unfortunate. I don't really want to waste my 3 scourings on leveling that down. Crazy, I don't have a single regret. I could just get it back to level 1. It's not like I need it. Survivability feels fine to me.
Perhaps for once, something good will come.
Do you need help with something?
until next time.
Okay, anything cool? Nope. Still hot garbage.
Into the heart of darkness.
This area is so dumb. It's just long, right? Like the defining characteristic of this area. Like the snakes of Path of Exile 1 areas. Oh, wait. I'm taking so much damage. And the bleed is really annoying. I just take out cast damage taken so I can manually use this. I don't have a flask that removes it. I don't want to stand still for like 4 seconds. It's probably better than what I have, right? Oh, come on, I didn't want to enter. Can be cloney if you don't have enough damage, especially since your minions tend to destroy these monoliths, which are supposedly, I mean, they're supposed to act as barriers, right? This build obviously kills the barriers too, or the monoliths, rather. But I mean, have enough damage to then kill Dewey. That's fine. Let's hope we can kill him in the next phase. So much for that. I guess it's fine for a 3-link, right? Although with BAMA, I feel like the links are nowhere near as important as the bow itself is. Really? That's the unique I find the most useless one. Like literally 5 stance modifiers. Cool. Wow. Yeah, probably works, right?
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man.
Obviously, I just sold a very valuable flask, right? Like instant recovery, freeze immunity. We don't need that, right? But if you ever find that on Leaguestar, do not sell it. Or rather, do not vendor it. One of the reasons why people don't really understand how I can craft my items within a certain, let's say, range of currency spent. Because I sell valuable intermediates. If you ever come across something you don't need yourself, you can always sell that. At least in a in trade leagues. Happens so often that I don't know, like I want to do, say I want to make an unset ring, high end, right? And then I end up getting the +1 minimum power charges. I don't need that. But a lot of people need those. And they're like, these rings end up being super valuable. You could roll over it, but that way you're just wasting, I don't know, 40 diffs or something. Obviously otherwise fully crafted, right? Not like every unset ring with like minimum power charges is worth that much. Far from it. Okay, do go right away. I think I'm just going to get the waypoint, come back later. Guess it doesn't really matter. Nah, never mind. Don't want to do that area. Not really worth it. I think at least for now I have enough refund points. Last point, we get the recovery rate. And the rest actually take a while. I think it might just be flat out better. Should be. Getting to resummon the Sentinel. That's something Necromancer doesn't have to do. Then Necromancer doesn't get the Sentinel, right? That thing's insane. Even after the nerfs. EHP, clear speed. And has a decently powerful single target attack. No, that this build needs that, obviously. More than enough damage. Finally starting to run out of damage. Yep.
The prodigal returns.
This is also an ivory bow, right?
Your weapon to
The
family.
ranger bow. That alone makes up
Now that you have
some of the differences. Stun avoidance. Pretty nice. I've got one of the flasks already.
for freedom. Hello there, exile.
Okay. Passive point. Might have actually been premature, honestly. Especially since I still have to do the lab, right? We have these endless areas. And having the the basal flask for Zara is nice, yes. Not really sure what to think about, I don't know, flask system and Path of Exile too. The recovery system. Feels like, apparently just so constrained. I like utility flasks. I think this is actually like one of the greatest inventions Path of Exile 1 made. I doubt I'm alone with that. I mean, it's not like you're endlessly chugging flasks like you are in, I don't know, Diablo 2, but still. Feels like a step backwards. And the game we're going to play in early access will probably be very different from the finalized product, I imagine. Gosh.
You return.
What do I want socket color wise? I want the Widow Silk. Okay, I don't need the decks. I do have a need that green gem. Guess I could give up on the Culling Strike support here. Is that worth it? Yeah, whatever. Like early on, it feels like nothing matters, right? Like I spent hours making my high-end stuff. Boom. Finally. And then this low-end shit is like, yeah, whatever. We could work our way towards Eldritch Battery already. Eliminate the Mana Flask. And then at some point allow us to use Fresh Meat support. Decisions. Definitely not using the Devouring Diadem. That thing sucks. Giving up on the Minion Helmet is so bad. Plus levels. Minion life as an, what's that? Eldritch? Is it? Just so good. I think I'm gonna keep that one. Well, I have Eldritch Battery, seems useless, honestly. What's left? Oh yeah. Adding the shit in, and then probably just stab.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Thank you, Tava. Then I think I'm gonna do one more map, and that should be it for today.
Justice will prevail.
The fact that determination is now worse really hurt. Like the leveling stuff, in my opinion. Because very often you just don't get good armor, right? You have to get max life, you have to get sockets, you have to get resistances. Now defenses are also something you need to get. Not a fan. Also think like the quality changes are... So the quality changes are good, but the accessibility of 30% quality is literally non-existent. I've made 2 builds this league, and none of them used any item with a quality greater than 20, because it's just not a thing. Like the base has become insanely expensive. Funniest shit is that they did that in the league with recombinators, where it's even less of a thing. Almost no way for you to actually get a good base. I hope they change that around a bit. Has to be something better than the base drops with 30% quality, or you don't get it.
The weary traveler draws close. The Emperor beckons, and the world attends. No two battles are alike.
That's the stuff.
You were born for this.
I like how he just doesn't phase sometimes.
Spreads quickly if the forest is dry.
Correct. Yeah. Golden door.
A locked door merely encourages curiosity.
What? Oh. It...
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
That's fine, I guess.
The day dawn
We're not that much a detour.
when the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. When one defiles the empty, one defiles the emperor. No two battles are alike.
right one. Up. It's better. Keep going in this area. Probably up top, right? Ah, okay. Good decision.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor, the empire awaits you with open jaws. Nobility is alive. In your gilded dungeon, Ascendant.
Not bad for a 3-link. Okay, and now we're definitely taking Bastion of Hope. And the last one would probably be... Probably want to go Radiant Faith. Just to get Eldritch Battery set up. I know, I feel like Time of Need looks really good, but it's so unreliable. It's always going to kick in the wrong time.
Freedom comes.
I'd save you here and there, but on average, probably not that hot. So, are we capped? Yeah. We're capped even after the debuff. Oh, Chaos Resistance. Like shit.
I knew that you would find the path of righteousness once more, my Lord of Light. I shall be honored to fight by your side.
Yeah, in terms of levels. A bit more room. Dead end. Worth it? Like from a League Slap perspective, all of this would be really nice. And obviously, since it's not that, it's like, cool. It would be good if I was poor. The right. The other right. Such a nice area. It's also long, but not in a stupid way like the other one. Previous act.
I shall strike you down.
This mana flask is way too much, by the way. Like, probably actually better to have a shittier flask. An enduring one, of course. Kind of hard to get them early on. Thanks. Gotta say these boss health bars are kind of nice, right? But they're also in the way. Can't see shit. All of your debuffs and buffs. It's just, I guess debuffs are fine, right? But buffs are like... Okay.
So, good tidings to you.
Don't think I have level 1 maps left. I mess up. Piety's pets. What?
Remember,
So,
we do
what
this for freedom.
fuck is Piety's pets? Oh yeah, talk to Gregor. Always forget that one. Little experiment. Poor fellow. The question is, can I do... What maps do I even have at this point? 3? Can I do this on a 3 link? Find out. Doesn't look so bad. Oh, BAMA still confirmed stupid. Even without gear. Have a good bow, I guess. It's the one part I really hate about, like, starting out in you. Like, you have to pick up every rare item. Not every rare item, right? But almost feels like it's every rare item. Minion survivability is a bit ass, honestly. Right now we're not using anything that's precious, right? Special Spectres, no AG. Could have started leveling the AG already. Rather, I should have. Awful. Oh, look at that quiver. Quite the upgrade. Is it distances? Shit. I wouldn't have enough life force at this point. I can't just swap around the... and just swap around those modifiers, but I could do this. Trash, trash. It's actually nice. Palace and sockets are fucked, but... Okay. Yeah, that's a map showcase. That was level tier 3 map on a 3 link. So very doable, everything. I think we're going to call it here. Next stream is going to be on Sunday. And I'm probably going to have, already invested a bit of currency into the build at that point, because I don't want to do the actual 0 to hero. It makes very little sense with the amount of currency I have, right? The entire idea of playing it in the regular league is to streamline the process a bit. So yeah. Hope you liked it, and until next time.